Hello and welcome to the IAA Mobility Visionary Club. We are here at IAA at Messe Munich. It's a very special edition, and I'm so pleased to be here with you. My name is Sarah Harmon. I'll be your host today, and I'm going to bring up our guest in just a second. Today, we have with us here the Vice President for Strategy, Business Development, and Customer Care at a little company you may have heard of here in Bavaria, BMW. Please welcome Soren Holz. He's going to give us a little keynote, and then we're going to chat. Soren, come on up. Great to have you here.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, thank you.
Have a seat.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, you're working in customer care, so give us a few thoughts about that, and then let's dive into the topic together.
Yeah, so first, thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to talk about something different than just cars.
I agree.
The IAA is completely about product launches and the cars, but
and also about bikes. Come on, I had a couple of bikes over on the main stage.
Yeah,
yes, it is very car heavy.
And we truly believe that this is important, but you know, especially the selling phase of a car is short, and the usage phase of a car is really long. So, and we truly believe that customer support is a crucial part of our business and vital for our current business and the future. And it's so important because it's a major contributor to our group margin, but even more important for our dealers and of course for our customers. We have more than 35 million customer interactions on a yearly basis with our customers in service, and every contact at least is a chance to build trust, to build up loyalty, to really engage with the customers, and to make them feel safe and really enjoy the Freude am Fahren, which we claim is
the joy of driving.
Joy of driving, yeah, and it's really our competitive advantage. And
so I want to stop you just for a second. For anybody who's watching who doesn't know or maybe just woke up and is getting their head clear, what is customer support? What do we mean by that when we say that?
This is a really good question because we also internally moved on from the typical after-sales business to, we call it customer support and customer care. Yeah, because we think for decades we communicated our after-sales business with, let's say, pictures of technicians and our capabilities in our service outlets to really repair cars. Yeah, but to be honest, we are a premium brand. And of course, this is the customer expectation, yeah. And we think the customer know that our really committed and really good dealerships worldwide and dealer network are able to repair cars. And also, the customer expectations evolved over the past years. Privately, we have a lot of digital interactions with a lot of brands. We see the capabilities of the cars evolve, and that's why we also said we need to stay ahead of the curve and not just rely on the success of the past. And then we looked at what defines such a, let's say, interaction, and what does the customer expect from us, and that's how we developed and also what our service promise stands for. For every BMW customers, we say, relax, we care. It's just 3 simple words, but it's
relax, we care.
Relax, we care. And this is
God, that sounds nice.
It's a strong message, right? And for let's say, it's a big ambition. And for 35 million customer interactions, it's also hard to fulfill always. But the ambition needs to be there.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, very important. And that's why we also internally we moved on from the typical after-sales division to a customer support and customer care division. Yeah, it's also for our people to really understand we put our customer in the middle of all the things we do. So we build our cars around our customers, but also our services. And in the heart of it, it's our initiative, Proactive Care. Because with Proactive Care and the capabilities of the cars, we can introduce and now show a more forward-thinking way of interact with the customer based on what the car tells us, the car's demands. Yeah, we can contact the customer even before a problem occurs. This is really
give me an example of that. Like, what does that look like? I'm driving my BMW. How does proactive care come into my experience?
there are different pillars.
Okay.
Yeah, when you talk about proactive care, we have three main pillars. It's proactive contact, it's convenient journey, and it's excellent execution. What does proactive contact mean? So our cars are equipped with a lot of sensors and a lot of technical stuff which helps us to really see if something happens with the car, if there's an accident, maybe the battery health status is changing even before you would see it or feel it on your wheel. Of course, if you have an accident, you see it, and then if it is a strong accident, roadside assistance will help you. But maybe if the maintenance is coming, the next one, or maybe something with the brakes or the fluids will happen, we will detect that. We can even predict that with the technique we have, and then give you really tailored let's say, informations about it. Yeah, be it in my BMW app, or with email, or if it is needed, or a workshop visit is needed, then your preferred dealer can call you, or the roadside assistant teams, if it is really urgent, will call you and then talk with you about the next steps. And it can be that we help you directly on the street. Yeah, so we have new techniques with remote diagnosis to really identify what the issue is, and then directly solve it via remote software upgrades or steps you have to do in the car, and you can go on. It's much better than to be a tout. Yeah, it's a very good experience, and we have very good feedback from our customers. And also to receive a message, okay, your next maintenance visit is due, please visit us, and then you have the second pillar, convenient journey. So it's with BMW, we are always talking about, let's say, the power of choice. You know that from the cars. Yeah, so maybe you want to buy a combustion engine or a BEV. We serve what you want to drive. And the same is true also for service interactions, because we have a lot of customers, and myself, I'm also doing a lot of stuff directly via chat and want to prepare everything, be it a dentist visit or whatever, online to be so that it is prepared, everything, and because I'm busy and that I can go in and out very quickly. So, and this is something we also want to achieve with our convenient journey in proactive care, to offer you, of course, a digital journey where you can receive the message, you can directly do an appointment in my BMW app, be in contact with your dealer or whatever. You would get completely transparent all the costs which are maybe coming with the visit. And then you can, if everything is prepared, you come in the dealership, you just have to drop your key, you can take the replacement mobility, and I'm out again and able to have my meetings. And in the evening, then I will receive during the day the state of my car. If something additional happens, they would ask you if they should repair it, and then at the end of the day, you can pick up your car, and really easy. But you're, of course, also, and it's the power of choice, to visit us physically. Yeah, because some people have time, or they love to interact directly with the service consultant, and maybe also using the time to look for a new car and all the stuff. And that's why we also completely revise our dealerships currently in another big project to really improve processes there and to make it also from the look and feel much nicer and in a new modern way, how to present cars and how to do the service appointment. And this is really, I think, a forward-thinking way to interact with you as a customer, to give you the possibility to use our digital journey, but also visit us physically and directly have a longer discussion with the service assistants or enjoy your time in the dealership.
Well, that sounds delightful, and I feel like Relax We Care is just like, I can feel myself exhale and like my blood pressure drop a little bit. You've talked about what this is doing for the customer. Maybe can you walk us through a little bit more of the concrete benefits of proactive care? What's in it for me, the customer, but also for the car, because I imagine it's quite good for the vehicle to have this regular maintenance. I am guilty sometimes of when that light comes on, being like, oh, I can go a little further. You know, so give us a little bit more of a sense of the concrete benefits, if you would.
You are completely right. So from a car perspective, it's of course beneficial if you have the maintenance checks regularly. Yeah, so that we can make sure that everything is on track and so you are safe on the street. And also from a customer perspective, you don't have to set an appointment for this. You don't have to think when is the next service visit, or sometimes maybe you also, if a traffic or a light is occurring in your car, what is it? Is it important or not?
Because they're not all like, I know some are urgent and some are like
exactly
needs to be done, but it's not.
If something like this happens, we will contact you in a more urgent date and directly. If not, then okay, drive on, but maybe in the next weeks visit a dealer to check your tire status or your battery status or whatever. And this is gives the customers a good feeling about the, let's say, the status of the car, and we want them to feel safe on the street. And of course, the other thing is to be more efficient in the way we talk to each other. So to be really fast and have a direct interlink into the dealer systems to do the appointment, to get good informations directly within my phone on my BMW app to see what the status of a car is. There were huge leaps in the past years in these techniques, and it will just go on like that.
I'm curious, Soren, because in the past, I feel like automakers have aimed for as many physical touch points as possible with the customer. What gave you the confidence to say, you know what, we're going to do something actually really different?
Yeah, we see that, and this is also the feedbacks the customer gave us, that the expectations are changing because in our private life we experience that. So customers, we see different, let's say, archetypes of customers. Some of them interact with us the old way, and we are happy to, what I said, to invite them in our dealerships and to spend time with us. Some of them also want to work during the waiting time within our dealerships, and others just want to have short interactions, always also in the case of just a question which you have, just want to have a quick answer. And we are used to chat everywhere, a lot of people, especially the younger ones, and then directly ask AI chat or whatever in a self-care modus to get a quick answer. And with a proper solution for a topic, this is something which we saw and get the feedback what is required by customer and customer expectations. And that's why we spend a lot of time there to improve that and to deliver really the best customer experience in all the different ways you can interact with us and visit us at the dealership.
And what's the customer feedback been so far? Do people like this?
Yeah, it's really good, really good. So we see, also we have the Net Promoter Score and customer feedback, of course, after every touch point we have with the customer. And we see really if a customer experienced proactive care features or the proactive care process and it worked, that we receive a better Net Promoter Score at the end. And not just on a small margin, it's really appreciated by the customers. And we also receive very positive verbatims from them if they had even a roadside accident and there was direct help. What I mentioned in the beginning, if you can drive on and your journey is not really interrupted in a long term because you have to drive with a towel car to a dealership, it's a really, this is something, even if you have a negative, let's say, negative situation because an accident is not nice, to be honest, or breakdown.
Of course, yeah.
And it's like going to a dentist, so you have something with your teeth and you have pain there. But if the whole process is very smooth and you go in fast, they are very kind, and then you have your treatment, and afterwards everything felt really good because it's done and in a perfect manner, and was a good customer experience that helps a lot. So and we received really positive feedback, and I don't know, it was just a few weeks ago we received a very positive feedback for a roadside assistant accident, and the customer wrote, "I will never leave BMW because of the good and fast help he received."
I can totally believe that, because I feel like as humans, we remember how people treat us when we're vulnerable, and it means that much more when you're like, I actually need the help now. It's not just like a nice to have. It's totally necessary. Soren, what are the prerequisites? Is this available to every customer?
It's available to every customer who buys a new car, and the last generations of cars, because all the cars are connected. There are some prerequisites for sure. So you need to have or download the My BMW or My Mini app, so that you are connected with us. You have to give us consent for the data usage of the car, is for sure. And we need your preferred dealer, your phone number, and your email address. And that's all, because we need to ensure that we can reach out to you if something happens. So I think it's also why a lot of people use that and give us the consent, because they understand the purpose of it.
And they're getting something out of it.
They are getting something.
Yeah, they're not just giving.
And the good thing is it's free of charge. You get it with every car, and you are getting the proactive care capabilities, and of course our service promise, relax, we care. And this is really something what is a big step towards customer centricity for us.
And Soren, you made a big announcement here at IAA regarding proactive care. Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, it was one of the puzzles which now come together, and we already had it in place for the BMW cars, let's say, and now we introduced on the, I think, 20th of August, we had a big announcement that now proactive care is also available for Mini. And we are introducing now proactive care also to the smaller segments. And also a Mini customer can now benefit from all the nice features proactive care offers. And of course, all our dealers worldwide for BMW and Mini are equipped to handle that in a perfect manner.
Well, that's exciting news for all the Mini drivers. I'm curious, we've heard so much this year at the IAA Mobility about AI, generative AI. How are you integrating that into customer care? You mentioned a little bit, maybe it was in the chats. Tell us a little bit more about that.
It's true, yeah, and it's of course a topic every company deals with currently and looks into what will be the future, and nobody's really sure how it will look in 5 years in the future. But we are already seeing benefits out of the usage of AI. So I mentioned already the self-care topic we introduced in many countries, and many will follow this year AI chat on our website and in my BMW app. So you can ask there, and the knowledge management behind and the knowledge behind is of course perfectly or the use case is perfect for AI to give you really proper answers, and our experts make sure that the answer from BMW is the really right one, especially if it is a technical question, and not just from, let's say, using other AI chats where they look on forums or something like this, and it's not the approval by BMW that the technical solution maybe is the right one. So this is something we see, and we have very positive usage rates and developments and very positive feedback. And the nature of the thing is, and the beauty of it, it will just be better in the future. Now we learn from the interactions, and it will just be better. And we also have use cases for our technicians. The cars are so complex, and we have a lot of, let's say, patterns we see or failure pictures, let's say, which require different steps in the car repair. And you can easily now also, as a retailer, chat with, let's say, a technical support AI, which helps you to find the right steps and the diagnosis for what maybe happened in the car. And it makes it faster, because you will find much easier the right solution. You don't have to try it with trial and error, what often is the case. And that helps a lot to also the customer that the car is available much faster.
So, and I'm conscious that we're coming to the end of our time, so I'm going to ask you in one sentence to give me, in 5 years, what do you want the average customer to be saying about BMW's customer care and after-sales project? In a sentence, if you can.
In one sentence.
Or two. I'll give you two.
Okay. I truly believe that in 5 years, we still speak about relax, we care, our service promise. And I'm confident that really all customers also appreciate that and would sign off that BMW delivers on that. And it's completely not related to how the technique evolves, because it's about the people. It's about the people who do the stuff and how they interact with you, and they have the right mindset, and they will deliver the best customer experience during the usage phase in the industry.
I cannot think of a better place to leave it. Soren Holtz, thank you so much for being with us and sharing some of your thoughts from BMW today.
Thank you very much for having me.
And thank you for being here, being our guest. Yes, clap. Let's clap. And if you're joining us on LinkedIn Live, stay tuned. We have 4 more guests here at IAA Mobility to share their insights. I will see you in 19 minutes. Take care. Thanks.
Super. Thank you.
Are you going to do the video or no? No video. Okay, sorry guys. Welcome to LinkedIn Live. Welcome to IAA Mobility, and welcome to the Blue Forum. If you're sitting in the audience, it's great to have you here. If you're joining us on LinkedIn, we're so happy to have you. We have a wonderful program of LinkedIn Lives lined up for you this afternoon. And up next, we're going to be talking about the third space. What is it? Get ready to find out. Here with me to break it all down is the General Manager and Industry Lead for Automotive Mobility and Transport at Microsoft. Please give a warm welcome to Joachim Franz. Welcome. Great to have you. Have a seat. I was just about to open a bottle of water for myself when they said, sit down, we're starting.
That's good.
That's the perk of LinkedIn Live.
So probably I start and then you have a couple of seconds. So
okay, so you break it down. What is the third space?
Yeah, so basically what is it about? I mean, we are all super busy these days, right? So we are bombarded by emails, by Teams messages in our personal lives, in our professional lives. So we at Microsoft, we did a study, and we do that regularly. We asked around 30,000 people in 30 countries, and we found out that an average person receives around 275 messages every day. Ooh. So that can be a mail, that can be a Teams message, a WhatsApp message, and so on and so forth. So in our super busy lives, we are bombarded with these kinds of information. At the same time, an average person in Europe commutes about 1 hour and 16 minutes every single day.
116.
116. In the US, it's a little less. It's about 45 minutes.
Wait, the commute in the US is less?
It's less, yeah. That's interesting.
Me.
Yeah,
that is
it's super surprising. It's different from European country to European country, but in average, it's 45 minutes. So in the US, 45, and in Europe, 116. And, well, currently, while you're sitting in the car, while you're commuting, the rule is eyes on the street, hands on the wheel, right? So you need to be fully concentrated in order to not get into a car accident. Yes. So that means also that from a personal productivity point of view, it's rather unproductive time, right? Because what you shouldn't do, and nobody in this audience ever does, never ever is looking at your mobile phone, right? So you will never ever read through messages or even respond to an email, right?
No. And you're not watching TikTok videos.
Of course not. Of course not. So in a nutshell, you're not super productive while you're sitting in the car. And then we as Microsoft, I mean, our mission is to enable every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. So quite naturally, we looked at this kind of unproductive time and asked ourselves, how can we make those minutes more productive for people, right? And yeah, we do have strong relationship with our dear European car companies. And so we sat together with them, and they were also to some extent challenging us because, I mean, we are the, let's say, the inventor of the modern workplace, with Outlook and Teams being the de facto standard for corporate communication and office productivity. And so we came up with a solution of literally bringing all your office tools into the vehicle environment and doing this in a setup which is safe in terms of driving safety, but also secure in terms of, well, if you manage your professional data in the vehicle, you want to make sure that it's also secured from a cybersecurity point of view, right? And this is what we piloted together with Mercedes-Benz, and you can actually see that in I think it's hall B3, where they have the new MMA MMA platform with the CLA and the new GLC, where you can see these tools in action, where we basically provide the office environment, the tool in the vehicle in a safe and secure manner. So think of it as you have your personal assistant sitting next to you on the passenger seat, and you can ask her or him any kind of question which is office related. So you can ask, hey, give me a summary of the past 5 messages that arrived in my inbox. What was the latest that I get from Sarah, who I work with on a project, and what's the status of this project? Or help me draft a message to my colleague Tim, who I need to talk to once I arrive in the office this morning. So these are scenarios which are pretty real. They're relevant, and we know that people, unfortunately, use the time in the vehicle also to do all those things while looking at their telephone. And this is also why we see roughly 20% of all fatalities in car accidents are due to driver distraction. And we want to get rid of this. Yeah. So we want to make sure that people can stay productive while they are in their vehicle driving from A to B.
So your aim is to make sure that this thing that some people are clearly already doing can be done safely and efficiently in a car.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So why do you think the third workspace holds so much potential? Why do you believe in this? Mm-hmm.
So again, if we just look at the sheer numbers, we know this is a topic that needs to be addressed, right? And then again, looking at the fact that Microsoft, with our productivity tools, we are in literally all of the offices around the world. We are in all of the home offices around the world because people are using their laptops and are being productive while they are at home. And so we are really thinking of it as the third workspace because we know that people are sitting quite some time in their vehicle. And the commute times are one part of the picture. There are even people that have to sit in the car for their job purpose. So people in the sales force that are visiting clients everywhere in Germany or around Europe or around the US, they spend hours and hours in their vehicle, right? And for them, it's super helpful if they can, for example, they just came out of a customer visit and they have a couple of fresh ideas in their mind. What they need to do right now is they need to wait until they get back home or get back to their office to write down those ideas and do a structured follow-up. So why not talk to your co-pilot and just download your great ideas which are still fresh in your head, making sure that everything is structured in an email and probably even send it out to colleagues to already start working on it, right? And following up on the recent customer dialogue that you just had. So it is a super relevant use case. And the question we were asking ourselves, if not us, who else should address this topic? Because again, Microsoft is the inventor of the modern workspace, so just naturally for us to bring it to the vehicle as well.
Walk me through how you guys are thinking about the safety, and you mentioned the cybersecurity is obviously also a really important aspect, but just let's start with the physical safety part, because I think we all agree, like, look, people are doing this. It isn't safe, as we said. You said 20% of fatalities are due to some form of distraction. Yeah. How do you make sure that what you're adding into the car isn't distracting? How do you approach that?
Yeah, so there are clear rules and regulations, what you can do as a driver in a vehicle and what you cannot do. So in a nutshell, again, it's while you're driving, it's hands on the wheel, eyes on the street, and do not be distracted. So the way we implemented it is, and this is what we did in close collaboration with our partners from the automotive industry, we certainly use all of the assets that are in the vehicle, right? So we use the screens, we use the camera, we use the microphone, we use the super speaker environments to establish a work environment which is almost, or probably to some extent, even better than at home. But especially when it comes to screens. So it's not allowed to run your Teams conference, look at a PowerPoint slide while driving through an inner city traffic. Certainly not, and the same is true for automotive, for the Autobahn, right? So whenever the car gets into the driving mode, so you shift from your neutral to the first gear or to the driving mode, the screen will turn black, right? And the camera will turn off. So you will only hear the voice, right? And of course the microphone is on, but you will not be distracted by looking at your screen. You wouldn't see anything. Because
there's nothing to look at.
There's nothing there to look at, right? So this is a very simple way to implement physical safety just by integrating it into the environment of the vehicle. The vehicle knows when the wheels are spinning, so the vehicle can tell the screen, hey, now you got to turn black, right? So because we don't want to distract this person in the driver's seat. And this also means that we need to work with engineering of our customers to really make sure that we're using all this sensor data and integrating it into an end-to-end solution that makes sense from a usability perspective, but at the same time also from a safety and security perspective. So that's physical safety. And then again, if you look at it, if the car ultimately becomes your next smart device, right? Then in the car you would also see and be able to read through emails or Teams messages. But then again, do you really want that? Because probably you drive the car home and then all of a sudden your colleague or a friend or your partner uses the car, and you don't want to share probably confidential professional information with anybody in your private life. It's even to some extent not even legal,
that's
right?
a good point. Yeah.
So what we did is we applied the same safety and security standards to the car as a device as we do to your regular smartphone, right? A smartphone is a managed device, which means that if you lose your smartphone, your company is entitled to remotely wipe all the data from it, right? So nobody would ever, if he finds the smartphone, be able to read through your emails, right? And the same kind of safety and security mechanisms we implemented also in the in-car environment. We do this with Intune, which is our managed device technology. And so that means if your car even gets stolen, right, all the information that is residing in your vehicle is still secured, because nobody is able to really look at the information without having the specific credentials that is needed to tap into email or to Teams messages or to tap into data sources that are in the vehicle. So we implemented that in a way that the smartphone and the car are basically devices that can be managed. Right?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering, I mean, this just is occurring to me spontaneously. You know, cars are more and more requiring less and less from us as drivers. They're doing so much more on their own. I think we're all looking toward a future where that level 4 automation is just standard. What is that going to mean if we look ahead for something like having Microsoft Office? Am I going to be able to write emails? Are you? I don't know what you can say, and we didn't talk about this before, but like, how are you thinking about cars becoming more automated in terms of what you can offer passengers?
So, excellent question. We look at it basically from two horizons, right? Right now we're in a horizon where still the basic principle, eyes on the street, hands on the wheel, is true. So we're not talking about a scenario where cars are running autonomously. And in this scenario, we want to provide everything that makes driving more productive, right? But then again, if we are in the next horizon where cars are really driving autonomously, the story gets a totally different one. Because then I can even imagine, and we've seen great technology here on this IAA, where, for example, the whole windscreen is becoming your monitor. Or even the side windows are now displays. Right? So I can envision a future where you're kind of sitting in a control center, right? Where you have your speech dialogue, like you talk to your co-pilot. It has all the access to all the information you need. You have probably your main, let's say, email and chat tools in front of you. You have all your important KPI dashboards on your side window to the left, and you have another on the side. So, I mean, if the car is autonomous, it's not only becoming the third workspace, it becomes the third living environment. And then we can also think about scenarios where people are sitting in the car not only working, but I mean, we have such fun things like Xbox gaming. Right? I can see myself sitting in the car and playing a nice A game with this super cool displays and a really strong sound system in the vehicle. It's all there, right? So make use of it. But then again, we're waiting for level 4, level 5 autonomy for these use cases, these scenarios to become reality.
Sure, and it makes sense, but you can imagine how once the technology is there, the demand is going to be there
absolutely
immediately. And I think maybe like saying, hey, Xbox as an immersive car experience might be a bigger selling point to some people than like your Excel spreadsheet as an immersive car experience. One of the saddest days of my life was when they started making it possible to get the internet in the airplane, and it was like, oh, it's not movie watching time anymore, it's work time. So yeah, I love that you're thinking about it on both of these tracks.
And let me be clear, I mean, there might be people out there that's saying, oh, thank you, Microsoft. Now you even ruined my little precious time where I can really wind down from my office work, and I want to listen to music while I'm driving home, or I want to listen to an interesting podcast. Thank you, Microsoft, for ruining this time for me as well, right? So that's
but presumably you still can, right?
You don't
have to use
Absolutely.
Microsoft
I mean,
Office
the point is, we want you to stay entertained in the car when you can, but we want to be there for you to be productive when you have to.
It's an option.
It's an option.
Yeah, yeah. It's not mandatory. You're not envisioning a future where you get in your car and you have to write emails. You can still watch whatever you want once that level 4 autonomous driving comes. So let's look into the future together. It's 2020, let's say 2030. What does success look like for you, and how do we know we're on the right track?
Well, success to me is when a customer like Sarah is entering a showroom and asking the person in the showroom about the vehicle, and one of the questions is, will I have my whole Microsoft environment be able to run in this vehicle? And then if the person in the showroom says, no, unfortunately, we can't offer that, the person says, well, then I have to look for a different brand. So my vision is...
the customers are driving this.
So my vision is we provide so much additional value to a customer that it ultimately becomes a purchasing criteria to have this productivity, this entertainment, this whatever environment in the vehicle that we as Microsoft can provide to our customers who are the OEM, right? At the end of the day, the customer decides what she or he wants to have as a functionality and feature in the vehicle, but we want our features to be so strong and so value-adding that customers are really looking out to get this.
Yeah. Who are the essential ecosystem partners that you need to make this work at scale, and which ones are missing? We're at IAA, maybe you'll find them here.
So, well, of course, the most important partners are our customers, the OEMs, because they are the ones that are really integrating this into the vehicle. And we also want to make very, very sure the OEM is the one that still owns and holds the customer relationship, still manages the user experience and the user interface in the vehicle. So we are not there to really get in between a car company like Mercedes-Benz and a customer like Sarah, right? So we want to be the platform provider on which a company like Mercedes-Benz can create added value for their customers, right? So that's the first thing. So the OEM clearly is one of the most important partner in this game. Then again, we are working with scale partners like Cerence, like Harman, like Faurecia, for example. These are the ones that bundle the technology like a Teams app, like an Intune's technology, to make sure that everything works seamlessly together in an in-car environment, which is then being applied to a company like Mercedes-Benz, for example. So these are two of the most important partners we are working with. Then, of course, when it comes to productivity and also entertainment in the vehicle, there are content partners who provide content that can be then displayed in those environments and scenarios. And ultimately, well, it's not a partner in that sense, but yeah, we need the customer to also use those devices, those scenarios, and provide feedback in terms of what do I like, what do I dislike, what do I miss, and what would I like to have as a future feature in the vehicle. So giving us the feedback, getting better every day, making sure that the experience gets better every day.
Well, the third workspace sounds pretty rosy from where I sit. Joachim Franz of Microsoft, thank you for walking us through your vision.
Thank you very much.
Big round of applause. Thank you for being with us today, and thank you for joining us on LinkedIn Live. We will have our next guest in just 10 short minutes, so stay with us, and in the audience, we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for being here. Hello and welcome to the IAA Mobility Visionary Club here live at the IAA in Munich. If you're sitting in the audience, welcome. We're so happy to have you. If you're joining us on LinkedIn Live, welcome. Thank you for joining us. My guest today is the Chief Commercial Officer at JobRad Loop, Mark Milau. Mark, it's great to have you here. We were just talking about your vision of simplicity. Break that down for us. What is JobRad Loop and what is your vision of simplicity?
Yeah, I think maybe I, first off say hello to everyone and thank you for having me here on
it's our pleasure.
The IAA Mobility Visionary Club in Munich. It's a pleasure to be here in our hometown. As Sarah said, my name is Mark Milau and I'm the CCO of JobRad Loop. Just to give you a bit of background, I actually come from the automotive industry.
Okay.
And that C in my title doesn't only stand for commercial, it's also of our focus on the customer and on creativity. In April, we rebranded our company from Bravo Bike, I talk about that a little bit later, to JobRad Loop. And we are a young venture with very big ambitions. And we are moving from a startup to scale up and aiming to establish ourselves as the market leader in refurbished bikes.
The market leader in refurbished bikes.
Correct. And so now you might ask, what does actually refurbishment mean?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
That's not new to us. Just imagine, unlike buying a used bike from a private seller or maybe an unknown dealer, we take each bike and fully recondition it after it has been used. So usually we get the bikes after a 3-year leasing contract from our sister company, JobRad, which is like the household name for bike leasing in Germany. And then we basically bring it in best condition and then we sell it on the market. You could compare that to the concept of basically buying a used car, which is actually quite common in society.
Yes.
And we repair it thoroughly, so then we replace worn parts, and finally we give a warranty, so that the buyer doesn't take any kind of risk. What we do in our process, that we also grade the bike, so that we basically clean it and we photograph it, then we put it in our online shop and offer it as a high-quality refurbished product. At JobRad Loop, and that was now the answer on to your question, is our vision is to make the circular economy really simple, tangible, and accessible for everyone. And that's why we say it must be simple.
Must be simple.
Yeah. But we are also seeing a clear shift in the market, especially among younger generations, but not only. But for them, it's normal to buy second-hand or refurbished products in fashion, furniture, or even tech. And they expect companies to provide sustainable options. It's actually not a choice, it's a must, what you need to deliver today. They're used to platforms like Swappy or Refurb when it comes to buying electronics, where valuable products like our bikes, and you need to know that we sell bikes in the range of 600 to probably 7,000 euros.
600 is the bottom?
600 is about the bottom line, except it can go really, the sky is the limit. Yeah? We have very nice bikes in our portfolio. And then they're professionally restored and sold with a warranty, which gives, again, that security for the purchaser. But I think it's not about buying used, it's about purchasing something which is reliable, is refreshed, and most important, trustworthy. And that's exactly the expectation we are meeting as a company on a daily basis, because buying on the private market has generated also lots of disappointments for the people, and that's what we basically can't fight.
Yeah.
So let me now share our vision for digital twins and why they matter for us. Today, the bike industry, and we are here at the IAA Mobility, which is pretty much dominated by the car industry and the supplies of that industry. But our industry is far behind the automotive sector when it comes to standardization and also digitization. So, and as a customer-focused company, we ask ourselves, what's actually best for the riders? So in starting from the customer, that's what I said about that C in my title, you have a different view on things. And just imagine if every bike had a digital twin, so basically like a virtual model showing its full history, components, and also condition, we could take refurbishment as a concept to a whole new level. We would, for example, know in advance which bikes are coming back from leasing and when they're coming back from leasing and in which condition they're in. So that we know what they need in order to restore or refurb them. That will allow us to order, for example, parts ahead of time and give even the customers to have a predictive purchase or we offer a predictive offer and give them a predictive purchase so that they have also the option to customize their refurbished bike, adding maybe new or even refurbished accessories or parts to it before the bike is fully processed in one of our factories. And the result for us would be that we have a faster turnaround, a much higher quality, and a clearly more personalized product for the end customer. In other words, our business is not only about a commercial advantage, or the idea of the digital twin is not about only the commercial advantage. It's about shaping a future where the entire refurbishment circle is seamlessly connected and customer-oriented, where we deliver the best possible product in the shortest possible time, because that's what we know. Customers want things, and they want them now. Yeah, you know, that speed in that market is quite an important criteria.
Absolutely.
So ultimately, it's all about aligning the refurbishment process with what the customer truly wants, and that's a tailored, high-quality bike at a fair price. So that's basically our journey, and we invite the entire bike industry, which is only partially represented here on that show, to join us on this path. And with that, I look forward to your questions, Sarah.
All right, well,
and our discussion.
I have a lot of questions, Mark. Let's get into it. What was the inspiration behind developing JobRad Loop? What specific customer need were you aiming to address?
So having talked to the founder, I think his idea was originally that he wants to give bikes a second life, a second chance, so to say. Yeah, because in our society we produce so many good products and bring them to the market, but we do not care about what happens to them after their first life cycle. So, but if you looked at from a more holistic standpoint of view, you can see actually that leasing bikes, which became super popular during the pandemic, doesn't end with the end of the leasing contract. Because if you lease a company bike, you have the chance either to buy it back from the company or to bring it to the dealer, or you sell it yourself, and or you give it back to the leasing company. But if it goes back to leasing companies, and we're talking about thousands and 10,000s, 100,000s of bikes, what happens to them afterwards?
Yeah.
And this is when we come in with a very good proposition. We make high-quality bikes accessible for everyone, basically at an affordable price point. And in order to put that in context, according to the industry associations that I have, the average selling price of a new e-bike is about 2,950 euros. And as you might know from your own experience, like buying cargo bikes or electric fully bikes or whatever is there on the market, they can go even much higher. For a normal person with an average income, nearly unaffordable. But why should they make compromises on having urban mobility or two-wheel mobility at an affordable price? And this is where we come in. So basically, we intend to be the trusted and reliable source, unlike classifieds or unknown dealers, and create transparency and security in basically the second life bike market. So that's basically our purpose.
I think that's so important because the thing about buying a secondhand bike from somebody on the internet is it's probably stolen, and that feels bad. I mean, I live in London. It's stolen. Yeah, your bike. You can park your bike at the tube station. Say goodbye. So I like this idea of there being sort of a guarantee that this bike is where it's coming from, right? And it's been checked and it's been refurbished and it's
Correct.
safe to use. So tell us a little bit more about what this simplicity means for the customer. Give us an example. What is that?
Yeah, coming from a customer point of view, I mean, may I ask how many bikes you ride or how many stolen bikes you have in your portfolio?
I have 0 bikes currently. I have 0 bikes and none of them are stolen. So just putting that out there on the record.
No, but if you now intend to buy a bike because you want to have a modern and also convenient, which plays also an important role, right? In our traffic situation nowadays, bike mobility is quite an issue. Or an opportunity. So you come to the point that you look for a new bike and you make your research. You usually start online. So ideally you come to a platform like us and then you have a choice of 30,000 different, 500 different brands and like 30 categories, and maybe a choice of a couple of thousands. We have an average something between 2,000 and 3,000 bikes online every day.
That's a lot of bikes.
That's a lot of bikes.
Where do you keep them all?
Yeah, so we have a couple of factories also where we store them, before they are sold.
Okay.
But in order to make that process very simple for the customer, now you have questions. Maybe you do not have a clue what you need. Maybe you saw a friend of yours on a cool gravel bike and say, oh, I need a gravel bike. But actually you do not know if this is actually the concept you need. You could, for example, call us and get a kind of a consultancy with one of our customer care team, so that they basically consult you on the right choice for your mobility purposes. So, but then you know what you need. But then you have still the choice between price and models and brands and all that kind of stuff. And this is where further digital features come into place. So we have a bike finder where you can basically select what kind of bikes you need. In case that bike shouldn't be available, you still have the chance to basically initiate a feature which is called the bike alarm. So that means actually you set like parameters of bikes you want to have, and then we alert you as soon as we have that bike in the shop. And this is already like the first link to one thing we would like to achieve with that digital twin idea. So just imagine, right now you can only buy what we have in the shop, but also out there in the cameras. Just imagine you had a predictive offer, so you know exactly what you need. You can specify that very detailed in our bike finder or bike alarm, and then actually we tell you this bike will become available in 3 weeks' time, and we can actually pull it forward and also customize it in a way as you want it as a driver for a much better price than a new bike.
Yeah.
How cool would that be?
That would be pretty cool. I like the sound of that. Walk us through the life cycle of a JobRad loop bike from first use through to the reconditioning. What does that look like?
Yeah, so basically if you're an employee of a company, because it's still a kind of a business to business opportunity. So if you're an employee of a company, you usually have a choice to benefit from bike leasing. So it means you take a choice, you go to the dealer or you go online, you buy a bike and then actually you enter in a kind of leasing contract. Then actually this bike runs over the period of 3 years through the leasing contract. Meanwhile, you will have maintenance, right? So because you want to keep the bike in a good condition and you want to have fun with that bike. So that's basically where a lot of different services kick into that process. But then one day comes the day where you have to give it back. And this is where our business kicks in. So basically we come and pick the bike either from your working place or from your home.
Very servicey.
Bring it back in one of our hubs, bring it in one of our factories where it goes through the whole refurbishment process. Basically, it comes in, we first evaluate the bike, so then actually we check, when it comes to electric bikes, which are nowadays more or less like mobile phones and 2 wheels, right? So there's lots of things to fix, like with batteries and chargers and all that kind of stuff. And then actually it goes the next step that we clearly see what kind of replacement parts it needs. Then the bike gets fully refurbished, so then it gets fully cleaned, then it gets photographed, and then you get a pretty comprehensive overview of that product in our online shop, that you have basically a failure-free opportunity to buy the bike, And this is clearly the process which behind that. And our idea is that we say we offer used bikes for great rides. And used bikes, great rides is a little bit our brand claim, just to cover that approach.
Okay, so used bikes for great rides sounds great. What are some of the obstacles you have when it comes to implementing circularity at scale? What are the issues?
Obviously, we are very environmental conscious, and circularity plays an important role as we are the contributor in that system, to make things circular. But sometimes lacks of clever product design. So we have fantastic bikes out there, but we often face situations where it's extremely difficult to change battery, or to have access, or where manufacturers have like certain tools they use, which we need then to organize, or that we do not get access to replacement parts. So for us, as a call to the bike industry, it would obviously help if, and that's also quite common in the automotive industry, that replacement parts, for example, are available for a longer time, even the model ran out already.
Yeah.
Or if we have a low cost of spare parts, that we can make also that new opportunity affordable. And there's clearly still a lack of standardization across the industry, and this is what we try to fix together with them to make our circularity offer even better.
Okay. How are customers reacting to the idea of reconditioned bikes? What's the response?
So it's still a challenge, particularly in communication, right? So, but it has growing acceptance.
Yeah.
That's for sure. There are two key hurdles. When people hear JobRad, which is like a household name for bike leasing, we need to explain ourselves what JobRad Loop means. The metaphor is quite simple, right? So we basically get the bikes from JobRad and we bring them to a refurbishment loop, and then actually we bring them back to the market, right?
Yeah.
So that circle makes quite a lot of sense.
When you say it, it makes sense.
It makes total sense, but it needs explanation, right? So, but the second thing is then the distinction between used and also refurbished, because people think it's the same. When you think about the regular market, if you buy like fashion from Vinted, it's used, it's pre-used, it's pre-loved, but it's not refurbed because no one has actually made it better or brought it back to a standard which was before. When you talk about technology like mobile phones, iPads, laptops, whatever it is, and bikes, which are high-tech goods, it requires lots of attention, knowledge, and skill to bring them back to a state that you can just use them again. And that's what we need to communicate what refurbished is. But it's a category challenge. Not only we're facing, it's basically affecting also our market participants, and here we fight, aside to make that clear what that offering means to the market, not only to young customers but also to a broader audience.
Yeah, but I feel like young people are maybe potentially more open to that. Like a younger friend has turned me on to Vinted. Vinted is great. I got this shirt on Vinted.
It looks good.
And it was cheap, you know? And like it's getting a second life. And I can totally see how young people are gonna eventually be like, yes, this is excellent. I'm really curious, Mark, in how you think the entire bike industry might change if these circular models like JobRad Loop were to become the norm.
Yeah. I mean, if we talk again, let me refer back to the topic of the digital twin, right?
Okay.
Because the digital twin could be a game changer in that whole industry. And this affects in a positive way the manufacturers, the dealers and retailers, the leasing companies, and us as refurbishment companies. Just to wrap it quickly, real-life data improves product design and durability and supports also sustainability reporting, which the manufacturers need to do for the ESG certifications, right? On the dealer side, a transparent digital history builds and trust enables proactive maintenance, which puts the bikes in better condition, which helps us also when we receive the bikes and can actually bring them back in the next life cycle.
That makes sense.
For the leasing companies, data is clearly an opportunity to predict accurate residual values and also returns, and also lower the risk. And now it comes to our part. If we have a predictive refurbishment, we could offer so much more to our customers than we do now. Faster process, customization, and obviously more trust in a refurbished bike, because we can also hand over the legacy to the customer.
Okay. I'm conscious that we're coming to the end of our time.
Yes.
So let's look ahead to the next 2 years. What would success look like for you, and how will you know when your vision is becoming reality?
So clearly for me is most successful we would be if JobRad Loop and actually the whole industry or professional industry would be seen as the trusted source for refurbished bikes in Germany and for us in particular internationally. So from a customer perception, we need to make sure that the idea of refurbished bikes is a high quality and a secure choice, and not a constraint. So it must be clear that it's a clear alternative to buying new, because you can have immediate and you can have a good quality from a trusted source. So for us as a company, success would be a measurable increase of share in the overall bike market.
All right, well, that's a very simple vision. Thank you for being with us today here at the IAA Mobility Visionary Club. Mark Milau, he is the Chief Commercial Officer at JobRad Loop. We appreciate your thoughts. Thank you all for being our audience today, and thank you for joining us on LinkedIn. A big round of applause for Mark.
Thank you, Sarah.
We will be forging ahead in 10 minutes with another talk. Stay here until I'm done, and we will see you in 10 minutes on LinkedIn and in 10 minutes in the audience. Now you can get up. Okay. See you then. Hello and welcome to the IAA Mobility Visionary Club here in Munich, live from the IAA Messegelände. If you are joining us in the audience, welcome. We're so happy to have you. If you're joining us on LinkedIn Live, welcome. It's great to see you. We have a very special guest today. We are going to be talking about something near and dear to my heart, navigation, a company that's been around for a few minutes but has changed a lot in the last couple of years. So I'm very pleased to introduce my guest here on stage, the VP of Product Management, Traffic and Travel Information at TomTom. Welcome, Ralf-Peter Schäfer.
Hello, welcome. Nice to having me in Munich.
It is nice to have you in Munich. Welcome. We were talking earlier about how we have both spent some time in Berlin. Munich is the home of IAA now. And I want to talk because TomTom is a company that's been around for a minute. It's changed a lot. But before we dive into our discussion, can you break down a little bit about yourself, TomTom? What are you doing now? Give us the overview.
Yeah. So thank you for having me here in Munich. Nice to meet you. And let me first introduce myself. I'm running now product for traffic and travel information in TomTom. I'm nearly 20 years around in the company, have done a lot of different jobs in engineering and research.
You've been there 20 years.
20 years in the company. Really have been there for all the transformations, the times of growth with the sat-nav devices, but also I have seen all the transformations where we are today, and we can talk about this.
Yes.
Myself, I'm based in Berlin,
yep.
Very exciting city, and from heart, I'm a traffic engineer, and I'm building products around the navigation map, software, and services. You can utilize in navigation to go from A to B in a safe, comfortable, and fast way. But we are also building products around our data to helping governments and partners to work on smart cities, smart infrastructure, and working with partners in the public sector. So it's a nice theme on transformation in TomTom, but also we want to transform cities, but also transform to automation, electrification. Let's talk about this.
Let's talk about this. Okay, so when I was learning to drive, did you have more to say? Did I interrupt you?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the core of TomTom is navigation, and it is still the same. When I joined, I was employee number 400. Okay. It was a wave of growth. We invented the sat-nav as the first company in the world, put it on in a fair in Hanover, 2004, and after 4 years, we became a $1 billion company in revenue, coming from 8 million revenue with 50 people, and I was employee number 400. Think about it, in 4 years, such a wave of growth.
That's right? Wild.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
And of course, the heart is navigation, and this remained the focus in the company. But we transformed on it, and in 2 waves, we built products around navigation, supporting automotive, enterprise, and now also public sector around navigation, mapping, and software development.
When I was learning to drive, the TomTom was like a little thing that went in your car. It was an external device, and it gave you directions, but it wasn't even like part of the dashboard. If anyone has not got a new car, what does TomTom look like now? What is the experience as a customer?
So the sat-nav boxes we shipped 15 years back, this is not a core business anymore. What is interesting, there's still a loyal community of very old people like me. they are still buying this.
Wait, you still have one? I love that.
I still have one on my screen. But there's still a business, but it's not the core anymore.
Okay.
So we transformed in a B2B company, and what remained is the focus on navigation.
Yeah.
It's our bread and butter business, and we bought TeleAtlas, the mapping company, in 2008. We bought an in-dash software department from Siemens VDO in 2009, and we also bought a fleet management startup in 2006, where we started transformation, invested our capital we got from the sat-nav growth into something new. So we went deeper in the automotive domain, in the in-dash. We worked on fleet management for many, many years, and there was a theme how we can create a flywheel to make real-time maps, real-time services, and build the relevant software, full stack, but also helping companies with components. And this we built consequently from 2007 to explore the transformation. We went in the car in Indash. We developed a real-time traffic service, and we created a flywheel data ecosystem where we grow a lot of community to today 600 million connected users globally. It's not so well known because many of those projects happening white labeled. Do you know that we are a market leader in traffic with 70% market share in Europe, and we're harvesting data from the community? That's one of the secrets why we are so much in leadership, and we can build fantastic services in the navigation space. We're helping a lot of big tech companies, working with Microsoft, with Uber, and other big tech in the mapping domain, software, and services. But also we're harvesting a lot of data we can utilize and build products. Not only in navigation, but also growingly in the domain of transformation of cities. We have a massive information about how people move, when they move, where they move, route choice model, traffic demand, modal split. So all these things which is very relevant also for smart cities.
Which cities or countries do you see leading the way in using all of this data that you guys have? Who's at the forefront?
I wouldn't say it's specific regions. We are a global company. Our mapping solutions are in over 100 countries. In my domain for traffic and services, we are live in 85 global markets. It's really a global business.
Wow.
But for navigation, the automotive industry is global. That's a global thing. But if I look to transformation pace, there are some differences, right?
Okay.
So congestion remains a problem. Every year, for 10 years or 12 years, we're doing a traffic index. We measure congestion for 500 cities around the globe, and we compare. And congestion is a problem.
Wait, still. What's the worst?
Yeah, the worst was city in Colombia last year.
Okay.
In the emerging markets, in India is very worst traffic. But we're also seeing a rebound effect after COVID. COVID was free of congestion because people had to sit home, but now it's coming back. But in a bit different flavor. Classic cities we had pre-COVID in the top ranking are not still there because there was one impact in learning, hybrid mode of working. So people can work from home.
Right.
And if they work from home, they don't travel on the road. That means we have less demand. And we're seeing differences pre and post-COVID.
Okay.
However, the trend for congestion remains. Some cities made a better job. So I want to name a few very good cities which really front-running.
Let's talk about the winners. Yes,
yeah.
Name some names.
Yeah, Copenhagen.
Okay.
A long journey of transformation, very consequently deployed alternatives. I saw a couple of years there was an ITS World Congress in Copenhagen, and I saw first time bike jams. Bike jams like on the road, right? That is really mind-blowing, and it's a result of a consequent transformation process, right? Have a balance between road transportation, transit, and bikes, right? And this is, you need, of course, good political objectives, but you also need good technology and the willingness to deploy and use data to make good decisions, good investments to have the most impact.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so Copenhagen's leading the way. A skeptic might say, hey, that's a small city that's really flat and quite wealthy. Yeah. What can some place like Mumbai learn from that? What?
Yeah. So in general, what we're seeing when we deployed products using our data in a different domain, we have a whole suite of traffic analytics products and location analytics products where we utilize probe data and user-based information in a fully anonymous way. How people move, where are the congestion hotspots, safety hotspots, and we have tools to help decision making. So how people drive, what is the impact when you change infrastructure? What's the impact if you have a new transit line? So we can really have tooling to give them decision support. If you invest $1 billion for a new subway line or metro, what will be the expected impact on demand change? Because we can measure demand very precise, because the data are everywhere, coming from a connected car and from connected phones applications. The data are there at massive scale, right?
I imagine that governments and municipalities are very interested in getting that data. How do you collaborate with them? What does that look like?
So in the last 7 years, we built a whole ecosystem of APIs and services to help governments. We have business all over the world, in the US, in Europe, here in Germany, the German Autobahn authorities, the highway agency, using our data for traffic management, for routing people, giving information, in the same way we use in the navigation systems in the car, in all the big brands, we also having business. And in the government specifically, we are utilizing data in real time, but also in looking backwards to learn from the past, how people behaved in the last 2 years in a certain cities, in a certain corridor, on a certain junction. We're going really in a microscopic level to understand delay pattern, how people drive, what's the traffic demand, and what you can change on a microscopic corridor, city, and national way to transform.
I'm wondering, Ralph Peter, if you could give an example of how this data has helped a public agency reconfigure a road or a network to better serve residents. I mentioned earlier, I live in London. They recently opened the Elizabeth line, which goes from Heathrow Airport. I think it goes even further. I think it goes from Reading to like deepest East London. And it's life-changing because you can get into the city in 20 minutes. And I actually take more journeys than I used to because it's like, well, it's easy. I'll just go into town and I'll be home in 20 minutes.
I'll give you 3 examples.
Yeah.
Number 1, to this use case.
Yeah.
So what we can do today, we have so many data from the community, but also our partners, and we can analyze what is the traffic demand at every hour of the week, how people going from A to B. And then we can look what's the congestion level on a certain corridor, and we work with simulation company like PTV or AIMSUN to simulate certain impact if I would change my infrastructure. So I built a subway line so I can simulate the future coming from the status quo of today, what we call traffic demand pattern, origin destination. They put it in a model and they tune up the parameterization and anticipate the change of the future. And then I can really simulate a bang for buck decision and drive a change. And then I invest, and then I hopefully have a good job in the simulation, and I have the expected impact. But also what we can do now, we can measure pre-post analysis, and if something was not going too well, we can learn on the fly for the next project. So learning in the loop is an important topic for us.
Okay, how do you incorporate consumer preference? Because, for example, if I'm using the subway or the tube in London, I will always prefer in the summer the line that has air conditioning, even if it makes the journey longer. How do you take that into account when you're measuring?
So this is more what a comfort level. It must be part of the simulation model. This is not our core business. Here we're working with partners. They're building complex simulation models with factoring in all the impact on traffic demand. And traffic demand is a very complex thing. It has to do with demographic factors, with the infrastructure in different modes of transport, bike, road transportation, and transit. And then they can anticipate, if they're doing this job well, what's the future. But it's very complex.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying you will not make it right in the first shot.
Okay.
You have to continue to learn. That's important. So far, we built also now products where we can measure the impact. An example, the congestion index we launch every year is now a product. We just launched a product, the congestion index you can build your own in time and space. So we can measure the impact. If you change something, it can be a traffic light change on the short term, on a daily pattern, but even long-term changes on infrastructure, on building a new district, a new line of transit. What is the impact? So we can make congestion index in an hourly resolution, weekly, daily, monthly, or even annual resolution. So really learning impact pre-post analysis of a decision.
I'm curious, you've talked a lot about data. It is complex. I'm glad this is your job and not mine, because it's challenging to wrap your head around every aspect of it. And I'm wondering if you sometimes encounter mindsets where people are not quite ready. What are the biggest challenges in terms of mindset or organizational blockers to incorporate this data-driven mentality in decision making?
It's a very good question, a very good point. So transformation is not easy. Even for a company like TomTom, it's a complex project, and the government's even more complex. You have to really get rid of old procedures and thinking, right? And working with data is a very different thing. Working with infrastructure, putting a camera or a loop detector or an infrared detector on the ground, it's a very different thing. That means really political willingness and objectives as well to change. Because technology is a tool. It's only a tool. But there must be an objective function, how I want to change, what I want to achieve. That is a political decision as well, right? This is a very fundamentally important. And then you need the right people to transform as well and have the willingness to transform.
Yeah. Change is hard. I mean, you still have your old TomTom device, right? Yeah. Like we all cling to what we know.
I'll give you another example of change. Recently, we changed our complete strategy, how we build our map. We joined a consortium with Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon to build an open source map called Overture. And we have now suddenly, after 2 years, 100 members, and we're building in a joint investment the best base map in the world. We have seen, doing it alone as TomTom, we can't succeed. It's so complex, it's so fast moving with the complexity of automation, with the granularity in the map. Also, my services became much more granularity. So we joined a consortium, we're sharing investment and pace, and we're building on top layers which are relevant for certain industry. And then we can still monetize. But the baseline is a shared ecosystem. They can go much faster and have a better baseline map.
Have you already started to see fruit from that collaboration?
Absolutely. We have now a map which is fully changed from the past. Our own map is not anymore in our own application. Last month we launched our new TomTom app on Android, on iOS, and it's fully deployed with our latest software and the Orbis map, which is on the foundational model of Overture, the open source map. That's really real, it's reality, it's working, and combines all the assets on the path of transformation. Mapping, software SDK, and services where I'm sitting for many, many years.
For me, as a customer, a lot has changed for TomTom. You're a B2B company. We've talked about some of the changes. You've been around. You've had an up-close seat to them over the last 20 years. Look into the future for us. What do you see being the biggest opportunity ahead?
Yeah. The biggest opportunity for TomTom is obviously the transformation of the car ecosystem, automation, ADAS, and electrification. And there we're building products on the mapping side. With high granularity, we have not only a base map, there's an ADAS map with all the features like lane level, connectivity, gradient, curvature, always relevant to have a good and comfortable driving, even if you drive in autopilot or in full automation, that you have all the ingredients at high resolution and the granularity you need. And we have also a high definition map for autonomous driving. That is a big challenge to build, but also it's a good challenge to have as a company to innovate continuously. That is one thing. On top, you need good software, also to have services to support automation, safe driving, have the right horizon, complementary to the sensors in the car, which at the moment working 150 to 200 meters very safe. But if you want to look ahead, you need a map, you need services like hazard warning, horizon, speed information, because speed, traffic, and hazard, there's a triangular relationship if you drive really safe, right? That's why we have a strong emphasis bringing all the assets, the map, software, and services in a harmonized ecosystem.
There's a lot that goes into it. Ralf-Peter, we've talked about the past. We've talked about the future. Now we're going to talk about you and end this on a personal note. I would love to know, as an engineer who's building these incredibly complex maps with so much data that cities are relying on, what is your favorite city to drive in?
My favorite city is still Berlin, my hometown. I love it. Of course, I travel a lot, right? And what I like in traveling, it opens your brain, right? You see different culture, but also how people differently approach challenges, right? You can also give tips, but also you learn when you travel around and you see the challenges. Smart cities is a global challenge, right? And congestion is obviously a global challenge. And I can help, as a traffic engineer with my background and my huge experience, I can support those processes. And this is very exciting. It's very tangible. Everybody has an idea because everybody has a certain sense to drive, move a car, and so that's always a good talking point when you tackle those problems and challenges.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you tackling those problems. We wish you the best of luck for the future. Thank you for being our guest, Rolf-Peter Schaefer from TomTom here on the IAA Mobility Visionary Club. A round of applause for our guest.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here in the audience. If you're joining us on LinkedIn Live, we will continue this series in 10 minutes, so grab a cup of coffee, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the IAA Mobility Visionary Club, coming to you live from Munich at the IAA. We're on the Blue Forum today. If you're in the audience, welcome. We're happy to have you. If you're joining us on LinkedIn Live, welcome. Great to have you with us. We've been talking all morning about different aspects of the industry and the future of our mobility. We've been chatting with pioneers who are shaping the future that will drive all of us. And to round out the day, I'm really pleased to have a guest today from BCG, where he is a partner. Please give a warm welcome to Chris Dennell. Chris, you guys are doing so much in the space. You've helped me today get my head around so many topics. So I want to turn it over to you for a little State of the Union, and then we're going to dig into some of the finer aspects. So where are we and where are we going?
Well, first, thank you very much for having us, for hosting this extraordinary IAA Mobility and this exceptional talks that you're here organizing. What a week, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, what a week. And it's Friday, so it does feel like, ooh, is it only been a week or has it been like a year and a half? I couldn't tell you, but all good things.
I can totally relate, totally relate, trust me. No, it was exceptional. Like, I mean, we've seen so many cool concepts. We've seen the European OEMs being back in strength. Yeah, our chancellor said Germany is back. Yeah, but also the Chinese showed there that they are worthy challengers. Yeah, yeah, I love to see that. And we saw finally that a lot of technology moved from theory to actually being reality now, from AI, from SDV. We're seeing so much moving right now in industry, and this is great. Yeah, if we look around, what is also great is that I see, and especially compared maybe also to 2 years ago, there's a bit more. There is competition in the air, but positive. You know, there's a positive drive we see, and I would like to summarize it in one word: braveness. Braveness is around. We see so much OEMs, suppliers actually willing to take decisions, willing to invest, and willing to transform. Yeah? Because if I look at the automotive industry right now, I see it's a race, and the race is long, and it's not a marathon, it's a triathlon. Yeah? Because we have right now not only one discipline, like in triathlon, you have to swim, you have to bike, and then in the end you have to run. And the same way.
Wait, don't you also have to shoot? Isn't that? Am I thinking of a different
No, that's
sport?
a different one.
Okay, sorry. All right. This is not a sport event.
Fortunately enough, in triathlon you don't have to shoot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do it.
Oh, so you're speaking from experience. We're going to talk about that later. Okay. All right. Carry on, though. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, definitely no. So it's a triathlon in the sense of like we have right now to finally succeed in the EV transition. We have to embed AI in all aspects of the automotive ecosystem. And eventually, we still need to get our heads around autonomous driving, right? So there are a lot of challenges ahead. Yeah? Let me walk you quickly a little bit through my perspective on European OEMs, the Chinese players, because I think they're super interesting to see what they are doing. They're super powerful. And of course, my kind of favorite topic, suppliers, because I'm focusing a lot also on suppliers. So if we look into European OEMs, they come back, yeah? And they brought back amazing concepts. Like, I mean, we've seen now BMW. BMW launched the iX3, amazing. The Neue Klasse, super interesting to see. And this is the platform for more and more innovation to come. So that's great. We have Mercedes reinventing the GLC. That was courageous. You know, it's an important platform, and Mercedes having the courage to reinvent it totally and electrifying it, that's a great step forward.
I got to ride in one of those recently.
Did you?
Yeah, it was a prototype. We took it up to it was amazing. Like you're just like, whoa, whoa. So yes,
that's the future.
Yeah,
you know? and
it
finally
felt like it. It felt like it. I don't work for Mercedes. I'm not doing PR for them, but like it was cool. It was cool.
Exactly. So we have Mercedes. We have Volkswagen. I liked a lot how they linked it to the heritage.
Yeah.
So they have the ID3 GTX and linking to the Golf. That was courageous and it paid off, I think. Then we have finally also Audi. Yeah? And Audi, they are coming back. They showed a very futuristic concept. And I love that, yeah? Like being bold. And on the other hand, however, we have the Chinese. Yeah. I mean, at IAA this year, it was more than 100 exhibitors from China, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's the boldest and the strongest presence that we've ever seen. And we see that they are very aggressive. They have great concepts. They have great cars that they are launching soon. We have Xiaopeng, we have Leap Motors, and aggressive pricing. Yeah. It'll be tough for European OEMs to catch up. And at the same time, let's be clear, from the BCG perspective, we see that in the next 5 years, 2 out of the 5 top global suppliers will be Chinese, for sure. So also for the supplier side, this means there's good competition ahead.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is driving the industry, you know, and over the last years, maybe we're a bit stuck. And coming to suppliers, I mean, suppliers, we saw, of course, the big ones, all of them are here. We have Bosch, we have Continental, we have Bosch launching the STV, showing the innovation that they're driving, because in the end, OEMs still rely a lot on the suppliers to actually have that innovation in the cars. We have Conti with advanced sensors. And I loved here, over there, I was on Wednesday at Google. Google was here for the first time. And I mean, the interesting part on Google is that most cars actually run on Google and we're not even aware of it.
Yeah.
So great to have them here as well. So that's a bit like the industry. If we look ahead, you know, the outlook, in my opinion, what we're going to see, and it's coming back a little bit to the triathlon.
Yeah.
The triathlon, the thing is you have the race, but there's a lot of effort going into it right before. So, and you see all those bold launches, products, cars, concepts, but there's a lot of effort that went into it over the past years. And I feel like it's slowly paying off. We see that we're moving forward, but we, you know, like in a good race, it's not only being brave, it's not only being courageous, it's actually having also the endurance.
Yeah.
So endurance means we have to continue to invest into partnerships, into the ecosystem. We have to invest into the transformation. A lot of suppliers are facing huge challenges ahead, and they will have to continue that transformation to succeed in the end. So I believe that if all of this courage actually is applied, I believe that in 2 years' time, when we sit here again, hopefully, we will see that this courage has paid off, and we will hopefully see autonomous driving finally fully deployed, and not only its pilots. Yeah. And yeah, I hope that we will also have finally this kind of feeling entering the next chapter of mobility. Yeah? And I think that's all about here. So thank you very much for hosting us. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you for being here. I feel like I've learned so much just listening to you talk, chiefly that shooting is not part of a triathlon, but also a lot about where we're going. And I think it's interesting to hear you say this call for more braveness. Can you give some examples of where you would like to see the industry being bolder?
Well, I mean, if we look back, I think the European automotive industry has been very successful because they were very often cautious. But speed is increasing. Chinese innovation has much shorter cycles. Yeah, we see cars coming from idea to SOP within 2 years. And I think the whole industry needs to learn to still have their cautiousness, but be more brave in the decisions, faster decisions. Yeah. Maybe investing without perfect certainty that it will work.
Wait, you mean take a risk?
Taking huge risks, yes. That's exactly it. So I think that's something that is maybe not natural, at least to a lot of European suppliers. We see that much more in the US. Yeah. They are a bit leading the pack in terms of innovation there. There's a lot of happening here. And you don't wait until it's perfect, but you try. And it's even more in China.
Yeah. Do you think that is, in fact, what's going to distinguish the future winners from losers when it comes to the transformation, this appetite for innovation and risk? Or is it something else? Is it speed, scale? I don't know.
It's probably a combination of all in the end, right? It's not just taking risks. In the end, you still need to make sure that it works out. You need to invest in your transformation. We still have a lot of legacy, especially in the supplier world. You know, we've been growing over the past years. It was feeling like it would never stop. But now we see that, for example, Chinese suppliers, on the other hand, they use a greenfield approach. They apply all the lessons learned from European suppliers, what worked and what did not work. And they are building from scratch much more leaner operations. They have suppliers with SG&A ratios of 3%, which is, of course, compared to some of our European suppliers having 10%, is a huge advantage. And that's how they drive costs down, and they compete in our markets right now.
We've heard a lot about AI this week, quite a lot. What technologies do you think suppliers are... No, let me put this bluntly. Is it overhyped? Is it the future? Where are we? Like, are they investing or over-investing too much in AI? Or is this the great hope that we've heard about?
Very good question. No. Definitely it's not overhyped. Yeah? If I look at it, what we already can do today and what is actually being done, there's still so much room already what is available today to improve your R&D, to accelerate your operations, to make your SG&A leaner, automate processes, but also then in the front end to the customers. I mean, and there, I invite you, go to China, try out some of their cars. AI is embedded in everything that you touch there. And we can still learn a lot from them. And I think we'll see more and more also here in European cars being more and more embedded with AI.
Yeah. Do you see that driving competitive advantage already, or are we in the pilot phase? Like, where are we on the trajectory?
No, we're not anymore in the pilot phase. I think we're having, and we saw it here on the IAA, there are amazing products being launched. We have this, we have Google that have like this huge stand, like booth about AI and where it's already everywhere. You have those assistants that you can talk to. You have those real conversations that you can have with the car. You probably saw it in the GLC, right? So no, we're definitely not anymore in the pilot phase. We're in the scale phase, and now everyone should really invest to make sure that they don't lose the train here, because it's going fast.
It's going fast. Let's talk about positioning and strategy for a second. What do you think the CEOs of automakers should be doing right now that they are not doing?
Well, so I think they need to tackle the legacy problems that they've been addressing over the past years, like being more efficient, reducing cycle times, like development times for the cars, but also operations, bringing them up to speed. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of investment still needed. But then I think a lot is being done already, and they need to further push it. Yeah, like bringing up new products, relaunching like BMW did with the iX3, launching entire new platforms, going all in the electrification. That's, I think, the bold moves that we need right now.
What advice do you give suppliers about managing the dual transformation? So serving the current business, but also building the future and thinking about what's coming.
I would say think about how you want to fund the future or fund the journey. Because all those investments that we've been talking about obviously require a lot of money. And we need to somehow find it. Yeah, we need to be more efficient. And this needs to go along the entire organization. So we need massive transformation, which we, by the way, see already. If you look around, most suppliers are in the middle of this transformation. And we need to make sure to not, and we're coming back to courage, to not lose the courage. Yeah, I think many of them start with bold ideas, bold ambitions, but sometimes they lose faith, they lose the energy, and in the end they might not make it. You know, like to really achieve the full cost transformation, but also organizational, culture-wise, to keep up the pace. Yeah? So that's the one thing. And the other thing is also invest and try out new things. You know, it's very often I see that suppliers, they have this kind of great ideas, they start, and as soon as something doesn't work out, they stop it, at least on the European parts. And I think many of the big bets that we have currently in the industry, like autonomous driving, it's a very, very long bike ride, you would say, in triathlon. You know, it's massive, we're still on the track, and you shouldn't just stop because it starts feeling a bit hard, but you need to keep pushing it through.
What about OEMs? Are they too cost-driven? Are they balancing this right? Are they threading the needle? Are they being rewarded for innovation, or are they still looking at the bottom line too closely?
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, the customers aren't easy, right? For years, we've had those electric cars. The offering was there. Customers were not really pulling. So it was fair to kind of balance it a bit. But now that we see momentum, now that we see the speed is picking up, we see also the infrastructure. Definitely, OEMs need to follow the lead here and bring all the innovation, put all the efforts on making sure that in the next 2 to 5 years, they have the cars ready that the people will ask for.
Do you think suppliers are leveraging generative AI enough in how they sell and engage with OEMs, or are they lagging behind?
No, definitely not enough. We see that a lot, yeah. So AI, especially for suppliers, I think, because obviously AI comes a lot from the front-end customer experience. That's where we've seen it first. You know, AI has been in the making for years and years, and actually also we at BCG, since 15 years, we've been publishing on AI, but the real pickup came with ChatGPT. So, and that was a front end in the end. Actually, there were a lot of AI models already working, but that suddenly people realized, oh wow, all the things you can do with AI. So it comes a bit from the customer, I would say, and that's the problem, because OEMs obviously are the first ones to try out, to innovate. We saw with BMW, we have a partnership with them, so we had a massive and successful project on AI with them. Suppliers, on the other hand, they're a bit more down the road, and they feel they are very cautious, yeah, to actually bring in, to do the investments, because obviously you need to invest in data cleaning, actually in new tools, but also cultural change. You know, in the end, what we say is 30% of AI is technology, and 70% is actually change management. You need to empower the people, you need to train them, you need to make sure that they use the tools correctly. And still, they are not doing enough, definitely not. They are doing pilots. We have some, Michelin, great case example, they have 200 AI projects on the go. That's massive.
200?
200.
Oh.
So, but then there are others who have maybe 1, 2, 3 pilots. Maybe they're not working out that well.
Yeah.
The top management loses interest. They feel like it's not working. But it's, you know, it's a curve. And once you get into that acceleration phase, you gain competitive advantages that it will be very hard to catch up with.
Yeah, well, and as we've learned from your triathlon metaphor, you can't give up just because riding the bike is hard. You gotta stay on the bike if you want to get to the finish line. Okay, as we come to the end of our time, Chris, are there any early signs that you've seen over the week at IAA that hint to you about the industry leaders of the next 5 years?
Oh, many, but I feel like the time will not be enough to mention all of them. I think we saw a lot of great signs of leaders that wanting to drive this change. And I'm thankful to have been here, to have seen it, and I'm really curious to see what happens in the next 2 years.
Well, you and me both. Chris, thank you so much for giving us a little State of the Union here at the IAA. I hope you get to enjoy the rest of your afternoon and hopefully have time for a beer. It's Friday and we're in Bavaria. So off you go. Thank you for being our guest, Chris from BCG. It was a great pleasure having you with us. It was a pleasure having you in the audience and a pleasure having you with us here on LinkedIn Live. Please give a warm round of applause for Chris. Thank you very much.
Einen wunderschönen guten Tag und ja, zum letzten Mal heißt es herzlich willkommen auf der Summit Stage. Herzlich willkommen hier auf der IAA-Konferenz, die heute in ihren letzten Tag gegangen ist. Mit einem tollen Thema gehen wir raus aus unserem Programm heute. Wir beschäftigen uns natürlich mit der Mobilität der Zukunft und ein ganz entscheidender Punkt dabei ist das Thema Nachhaltigkeit. Gleich geht es hier um die Kreislaufwirtschaft, denn Rohstoffe, naja, in Zeiten, in denen die Nachfrage steigt und die Verfügbarkeit eben nicht steigt, sind ein ganz wichtiges Thema, über das unser nächstes Panel dann in wenigen Augenblicken diskutieren wird. Das Ganze wird moderiert von einem fantastischen Menschen. Er ist der Pressesprecher des BDE und ich begrüße ganz herzlich hier auf der Bühne Dirk Böttner-Langolf. Herzlich willkommen, Dirk. Dein Applaus, deine Bühne.
Ja, einen wunderschönen guten Tag, liebe Damen und Herren. Vielen Dank, Tobias, für die Anmoderation. Herzlich willkommen zur, eigentlich wesentlichsten Highlight-Session dieser IAA Mobility am heutigen Tag, nämlich Turning Points, How Circularity is Reshaping the Future of Mobility. Wir wollen heute hier natürlich mit den Diskutanten entsprechend zeigen, wie Mobilität eben nur durch eine funktionierende Kreislaufwirtschaft auch gewährleistet werden kann. Und das zeigen Ihnen unsere Gäste, nämlich Bernd Fleschenberg, COO von der TSR Group, Vorstand des BDE und Vorsitzender des Arbeitskreises Metallrecycling im BDE. Und Michael Püschner, Leiter Umwelt und Nachhaltigkeit beim VDA. Ja, bitte, nehmen wir Platz. Ich würde Sie beide, oder wollen wir beim Du bleiben?
Ja, gerne.
Beim Du. Hinter der Bühne haben wir nämlich das Du vereinbart. Das ist für mich auch ein wunderbarer Moment. Dann würde ich Bernd dich und Michael dich bitten, 2 kurze Impulse zu geben, wie die Mobilität durch die Kreislaufwirtschaft in Zukunft gesichert werden kann.
Okay. Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank. Ich freue mich, hier zu sein. Einfach das Thema Circularity auch nochmal in den Mittelpunkt zurück, nachdem sehr viel über Elektromobilität gesprochen wurde. Ich glaube persönlich, Elektromobilität ohne ein höheres Maß an Circularity wird in Zukunft gar nicht funktionieren, weil sehr wertvolle Rohstoffe in Elektroautos verbaut sind. Das ist Lithium, Kobalt, Nickel, sehr viel mehr Kupfer. Ein Elektroauto hat heute mindestens den 3-fachen Wert von einem Verbrennerauto. Insofern kann ich nur sagen, wir brauchen ein stärkeres Maß an Circularity in Deutschland und Europa, einem rohstoffarmen Land Deutschland, einem rohstoffarmen Kontinent Europa. Und ja, das wird ja heute das Thema sein. Herzlichen Dank.
Danke, Bernd. Michael.
Genau. Ich würde nur noch ergänzen und einen draufsetzen, warum wir das so dringend brauchen, ist auch aus dem Grunde der Dekarbonisierung, die wir natürlich einerseits mit der Elektromobilität anstreben. Das fokussiert sich natürlich ganz stark auf die Nutzungsphase, dass ich idealerweise beim Einsatz von grünem Strom mit 0 Gramm unterwegs bin und fahre und keinen CO2-Ausstoß mehr habe. Damit wird sich aber der Fußabdruck ganz stark in die Vorketten verlagern. Wir bekommen ein Fahrzeug, was schon einen gewissen CO2-Rucksack hat, einfach mit. Und da müssen wir uns jetzt in Zukunft noch viel stärker damit befassen und das tun wir auch. Das ist eine große Motivation, warum wir zwingend in die Kreislaufwirtschaft nicht nur einsteigen, was wir schon gemacht haben, aber sie weiter forcieren.
Steilvorlage, alle reden von Circular Economy. Die Kreislaufwirtschaftsbranche macht es. Warum ist Kreislaufwirtschaft so zentral im Automotive-Bereich als ein Kernbestandteil?
Ja, wir haben ein schönes Bild hier mitgebracht. Ich hoffe, ich muss mich jetzt mal umdrehen. Auch, jawohl, ist zu sehen. Ich würde gerne nochmal, das eine Bild, wo man das wirklich sehr schön sieht. Wie setzt sich zum Beispiel ein Auto zusammen? Genau das, was gerade mein Vorredner kurz sagte, nach dem Motto, es verschiebt sich ja in Zukunft der CO2-Fußabdruck, vorausgesetzt wir haben grünen Strom, ja, für das Elektroauto, verschiebt sich der CO2-Fußabdruck massiv in die Produktion. Natürlich massiv, das sieht man sehr schön im Bereich Metalle, Batterie. Die Zukunft, wie wir sie uns vorstellen und sie auch zum großen Teil heute schon leben, durch die Investitionen in neue Anlagen und Herstellung von High-Quality Raw Materials. Die sieht man sehr schön auf den von mir aus linken Bild. Ich weiß nicht, ob das jeder sieht. In Deutschland, in Europa fokussieren wir uns heute noch sehr stark auf den Bereich Kunststoffe. Im Auto, obwohl es eine Menge Kilogramm sind an Kunststoffen, macht das 0,1% vom Wert des Autos aus. Viel entscheidender sind die Dinge Stahl. Und da sage ich immer, wir sprechen in Deutschland sehr viel über grünen Stahl. Keiner kann genau sagen, was es eigentlich ist, der sogenannte grüne Stahl. Wird häufig von der Stahlindustrie definiert als Stahl auf der Basis von Wasserstoff, Hydrogen, der aber eigentlich nicht verfügbar ist. Der naheliegende Weg, im Grunde genommen aus den Rohstoffen, die wir hier in Deutschland und Europa haben, wirklich einen qualitativ hochwertigen Einsatzmaterial für die neuen Elektroöfen herzustellen, auf die kommt keiner, da diskutiert keiner drüber. Wir haben es gemacht. Wir stellen ein sogenanntes DRI-Substitut her, also Direct Reduced Iron Substitut, durch unsere TSR 40, wo wir sagen, aus einem alten Auto, aus einer alten Waschmaschine stellen wir ein genau definiertes Produkt her mit 98, 99% Eisengehalt und definierten Elementen, Nebenelementen. Und das gleiche im Aluminiumbereich. Ich weiß nicht, ob das der ein oder andere weiß. Primäraluminium auf der Basis von Bauxit verbraucht 20-mal so viel Energie wie ein Sekundäraluminium auf Basis von Recycling, aber in Primärqualität. Das erreichen wir heutzutage über Röntgensortierer, Laser, massenleistungsfähig und stellen dort wirklich genau definierte Produkte her, die die Industrie perfekt einsetzen kann. Kupfer ist sowieso relativ unproblematisch durch Schmelze, Elektrolyse. Und so kann man das eigentlich durchgehen und sagen, eigentlich kann das Auto der Zukunft heute schon zum größten Teil zirkulär hergestellt werden und es hat Effekte. Es spart nicht nur CO2, es spart unglaublich viel Energie, wenn ich diesen zirkulären Pfad nehme. Und es ist auch, ich bleibe jetzt mal bei grünem Stahl, deutlich kostengünstiger. Weil Stahl auf der Basis von Wasserstoff ist Stand heute unbezahlbar, unabhängig davon, dass es grünen Wasserstoff gar nicht gibt. Und von daher sage ich, das sagt das andere Bild, der schöne Kreislauf, den ich wirklich liebe. Ich sage gar nicht, dass wir 100%, aber wir sollten beginnen mit dem zirkulären Ansatz. Und da muss ich auch sagen, wenn man hier über die Messe geht, ich muss sagen, China ist unglaublich innovativ, China ist unglaublich schnell in Entscheidungen. China hat eine Rohstoffpolitik und die fehlt uns in Europa, die fehlt uns in Deutschland. Da müssen wir einfach schneller werden, um uns auch resilienter in Zukunft aufzustellen.
Bernd, du hast die Wertschöpfungskette beschrieben, die zentralen Bausteine, die da entsprechend auch von TSR zum Beispiel reingeliefert werden können. Michael, ist das ein Hebel, um Turbo in die Transformation reinzubringen im Automotive-Bereich, die Kreislaufwirtschaft?
Ich denke schon. Es ist ein ganz wesentlicher Bestandteil, auch für die gesamte Nachhaltigkeitsstrategie im Automobilsektor. Ne? Wir haben jetzt ja schon viele Bereiche geschnitten, wo das positiv einzahlt. Es gibt noch ganz viele weitere Umweltthemen, auf das Kreislaufwirtschaft einzahlen wird. Deswegen genau, unterschreibe ich das voll und ganz. Ne? Damit verbunden aber sind, da müssen wir uns ehrlich machen, natürlich auch ein paar Herausforderungen gegeben, mit denen wir uns befassen müssen und auch aktuell ja auch zum Beispiel im Rahmen der Altfahrzeugrichtlinie, die in Brüssel debattiert wird, auch befassen. Ne, um ein paar Sachen anzusprechen, ne, wir gerade als deutscher Automobilstandort, der für den Export auch ein wenig produziert und auch unsere Standorte darauf ausgelegt sind, produziert viel mehr, als was wir hier in Deutschland an Fahrzeuge, Altfahrzeuge wieder zurückbekommen. Und da haben wir einfach ein Gap, über das wir sprechen müssen, wo wir auch selbst als Automobilindustrie Strategien entwickeln müssen. Stichwort Nachvollziehbarkeit, wo ist gerade mein Auto? Der Automobilhersteller produziert sein Auto und in der Regel verkauft er es und damit liegt dieses Gut in den Händen des Eigentümers und in der Regel wandert dieses Gut viele Male von Hand zu Hand weiter und ist ja im Durchschnitt bis zu 20 Jahre im Lebenszyklus drin.
Und dann am Ende kommt es irgendwo an. Und dieses Irgendwo ist dem Automobilhersteller nicht bekannt, das ist auch keinem Zulieferer bekannt. Und da müssen wir uns natürlich Gedanken machen, welche Konzepte gibt es, um da so ein bisschen mehr auch die Hand drauf zu haben, sag ich mal, auf die ganz wertvollen Materialien, die es da einfach gibt, um es am Ende im Kreislauf zu führen und halt auch eine entsprechende Organisation darauf aufzubauen.
Jetzt haben wir über Chancen und Herausforderungen gesprochen und ich habe den Eindruck, wir müssen die Kreisläufe tatsächlich schließen, um die Chancen zu eröffnen, auch für die Mobilität. Kommen wir mal zu den Hürden oder nennen wir es besser im Automotive-Bereich die Engpässe, zum Beispiel beim Einsatz von Recyclingmaterial. Bernd, was ist deine Perspektive darauf?
Ja, ich würde ganz gerne auf meinen Vorredner eingehen. Ja. Ich weiß jederzeit, wo mein Dienstauto und wo mein Privatauto ist. Jederzeit, ich sage mal, das ist die Zukunft. Wir sprechen sehr häufig über die Vergangenheit, das ist genauso wie das Gap, die Lücke. Und ich sage immer, ich spreche lieber über die Chancen, die da drin liegen und sage immer, lass uns loslegen, lass uns beginnen, lass uns nicht nur diskutieren. Das ist der Unterschied zwischen unseren Partnern, Kunden in Asien und Kunden in Europa. In Europa, in Deutschland wird immer diskutiert. Gehst du einen kleinen Schritt, gehst du wieder 1,5 Schritte zurück. Dann gehst du wieder einen Schritt nach vorne, vielleicht einen halben Schritt zurück. Und das ist unglaublich anstrengend, weil wir haben in den letzten Jahren wahnsinnig viel investiert. Wir investieren in Rücknahmesysteme oder in den Aufbau letztendlich, die vorgelagerten Systeme, die Logistiksysteme, Altautoaufbereiter. Ich finde zum Beispiel in den Niederlanden, wo wir eine sehr starke Position haben, haben wir unsere Tochtergesellschaft HKS, die wirklich ganz toll zusammen mit dem System Auto-Wheel Recycling Niederlande zusammenarbeitet und da wirklich schon sehr weit ist, was die Entwicklung der Systeme angeht. Was mir fehlt, ist wirklich, dass wir gemeinschaftlich, und ich meine das wirklich so, es geht nur gemeinschaftlich. Das heißt, Recycler, du brauchst ein System, du brauchst den Recycler, du brauchst den, ich sage mal, wir sind auf der kalten Seite, wir sagen mal, wenn ich Stahl bleibe, Cold Steel Making. Dann brauchen wir die heiße Seite, das Stahlwerk, die Aluminiumhütte, die Kupferschmelze, aber natürlich den Anwender. Und da ist natürlich für uns die Automobilindustrie ein ganz großer Player. Und da müssen wir viel enger miteinander sprechen, weil das Thema Design for Recycling ist ein Riesenpunkt, aber auch da sage ich, nicht aufhalten. Das wird in den nächsten 20, 30 Jahren sich entwickeln. Es geht auch nur zusammen mit den asiatischen Herstellern, nur wenn die mitziehen bei dem Thema. Ansonsten müssen wir mit dem leben, was produziert wird, das zurückzugewinnen. Und da verändert sich ja durch das Thema E-Mobilität wahnsinnig etwas, weil einfach die Lebenszyklen, meine Prognose sind keine 20 Jahre mehr. Die werden sehr viel schneller sein, zumindest die nächsten 10, 15 Jahre durch die Batterie. Wir stehen ganz am Anfang der Batterieentwicklung. Die Reichweiten heute, ich meine, ich weiß es selber, privat nutze ich das, teste das, weiß, wie das ist im Sommer, wie das im Winter ist. Ich bin mir sicher, in 5 Jahren habe ich eine ganz andere Reichweite. Ist das viel interessanter, die Elektrowagen auch länger zu nutzen, wobei ich mich immer frage, was macht das mit der Batterie, wenn ich mein Smartphone sehe, wie schnell das, ich sag mal, die Leistungsfähigkeit verliert. Deswegen plädiere ich, lass uns anfangen, lass uns nicht diskutieren, es gibt ein Gap, es gibt eine Lücke. Es gibt so viele Chancen eigentlich, die wir hier im Markt haben, auch für die deutsche Autoindustrie, vielleicht in diesem Bereich einen Schritt nach vorne zu gehen und zu sagen, wir sind Marktführer, wir sind im Bereich Circularity ganz weit vorne und der CO2-Fußabdruck des produzierten Autos spielt in Zukunft auch eine Rolle. Ein Lieblingsthema für mich, alle kennen das wahrscheinlich, Energieeffizienzlabel. Wir haben das mal hier aufgeführt, ein Rohstoffeffizienzlabel, um zu sagen, ist das Produkt recyclingfähig und wie hoch ist der Anteil eigentlich an Recycling-Rohstoffen in diesem Produkt enthalten. Das wäre für mich ein Riesenthema, damit auch jeder, sowohl der private Konsument als auch die öffentliche Hand, ich sag mal, Procurement ist nochmal ein ganz entscheidender Punkt, damit man dort erkennt, wann kaufe ich etwas, was tatsächlich nachhaltig ist. Und das kann man heute bei den Elektroautos leider zum größten Teil noch nicht sagen. Also insofern, ich sehe mehr Chancen. wenn wir jetzt beginnen im Grunde genommen und loslegen, weil das baut ja alles aufeinander auf.
Danke, Bernd. Die Reichweite dieser Highlight-Session und dieser Session hier wird gleich auch für das Publikum geöffnet, aber um auch dem Kollegen vom VDA noch, Michael, dir die Möglichkeit zu geben, darauf zu antworten, müssen wir nicht beginnen, nicht nur von Design for Recycling zu sprechen, sondern eigentlich von Design for Circularity?
Absolut. Also ich denke, wir sollten, und das haben wir ja auch die letzten Jahre so miteinander auch gelernt, glaube ich, in dem Austausch, dass es um viel mehr geht als nur das reine Recycling. Das ist so der letzte Schluss des Kreislaufes, sondern es gibt natürlich innen drin ganz viele Kreisläufe, vor allem eben halt auch für uns als Automobilindustrie, die Produkte herstellt, die sehr lange im Leben sind. Also da kann man natürlich immer diskutieren, wie lang es auch in der Zukunft sein wird. Und da gibt es natürlich ganz viele innere Kreisläufe, die sehr spannend sind, die auch betrieben werden. Ein Beispiel ist natürlich der Handel mit gebrauchten Ersatzteilen. Jeder Demontagebetrieb, der ein altes Fahrzeug in die Hand bekommt, schaut natürlich erstmal, was kann ich da noch verwenden, was kann ich separieren, was kann ich in den Markt wieder reinbringen. Und die das auch sehr geschickt und intelligent machen, mit digitalen Tools, wo das Auto in die Fotobox geschoben wird und die Bilder dann gleich mit einem Algorithmus und alle, sage ich mal, eBay-Plattformen abgleichen, sagen, hier, bau mal den rechten Spiegel vom Golf nochmal aus, da hast du gerade gute Nachfrage. Die schaffen dann natürlich, erweitern ihren Business Case da sehr stark und haben da eine sehr gute Einnahmequelle. Und es geht halt dann bis weiterhin, dass ich natürlich Teile auch aufbereiten kann. Ne? Das hat man in der Vergangenheit mit Getriebe gemacht beispielsweise. Auch unsere Zulieferer in der Automobilindustrie haben dann zum Teil sich darauf spezialisiert, holen die Getriebe wieder zurück, bereiten diese auf und bringen sie wieder in den Verkehr über die Händlerstrukturen. Das sind alles so kleinere Kreisläufe, die ich glaube ich auch in der Zukunft fortgeschrieben werden. Auch mit der Batterie wird es ganz verschiedene Business Cases geben. Und ich glaube, am Ende des Tages wird es wieder darum gehen, dass wir im Gesamten eine Wirtschaftlichkeit hinbekommen. Denn ich glaube, es wird auch Materialströme geben oder gewisse Anforderungen seitens des Regulators, die man abdecken muss, die aber jetzt keinen Geschäftsführer zu viel ein Lächeln im Gesicht führen, sondern eher das Auge tränt da und das nicht aus Freude. Aber er muss es halt dann machen, letztlich im Rahmen auch der Umweltzertifizierung. Aber er muss halt der Kuchen muss groß genug sein, um das eben halt abzudecken. Und ich glaube, diese Gesamtheit, die müssen wir hinbekommen. Und da ist halt, das will ich einfach nochmal unterstreichen, auch der Austausch so zentral, halt eben mitzubekommen, welche Teile sind es denn, wo gibt es Probleme. Ne? Und ganz aus der Praxis heraus, wir haben ganz viele Werkstoffler, die hoch und runter diskutieren, ne? Wie ein Materialdesign aussehen könnte. Ne? Und dort einfach auch in die Anforderungen beim Unternehmen, bei Entwicklungsanforderungen, gewisse Parameter zu setzen. Bitte achtet darauf, weil es am Ende im Lebenszyklus dann hilft, bei der Separierung oder beim Umgang mit dem Material. Das sind genau diese Detailschritte, die jetzt gemacht werden. Da gewinnt man zwar natürlich keine großen Blumentöpfe damit, weil das ganz viel Kleinstarbeit ist, aber das ist genau das, woran wir gerade unterwegs sind und das dringend notwendig ist.
Wir haben bei von der IFAD hier entsprechend begleiteten Session nicht nur ein dynamisches Panel hier vorne mit den beiden Michael und Bernd, sondern auch natürlich das proaktive Publikum. Binden wir gleich ein. Frage ist gesehen. Schon mal die Frage zurechtlegen. Bitte keine Co-Moderation oder kein Co-Referat. Aber das würde ich gar nicht bei Ihnen erwarten. Sondern Bernd, du hast direkt Antworten.
Ich würde gerne direkt nochmal darauf antworten. Wir haben natürlich in unserem System mittlerweile, weil wir sagen, wir müssen weiter nach vorne gehen, uns mittlerweile an verschiedenen Altautoverwertern in Europa beteiligt, die auch wirklich führend sind, würde ich sagen, die Bereich Catena X wirklich mitmachen. Wenn ich denen glauben kann, was mir da die Geschäftsführer, die Mitgesellschafter sagen, ist das ein totales Auslaufmodell, weil sie sagen, im Zusammenhang mit Elektromobilität, ich habe das früher bei meinem ersten Auto, Schnellrostner R4, gelbe Farbe, da konnte ich alles selber machen, auf den Schrottplatz gehen, mir die Ersatzteile holen. Das kann ich heute bei dem Elektroauto meiner Frau überhaupt nicht mehr. Und wenn ich mein berufliches Auto, mein Dienstauto sehe, da kann ich nichts mehr schrauben. Das ist alles voller Elektronik, so viel Equipment kann ich gar nicht haben. Und die sagen, die Fachleute, das ist ein aussterbendes Thema. Ja? Ich meine jetzt nicht die Ludolfs, sondern wirklich die Profis, die das machen. Was wir machen, definitiv, ist zum Beispiel für bekannte Automarken das Thema Reuse von Batterien, weil wir gesagt haben, wir haben am Anfang massiv komplette Batterien wirklich tiefenentladen, zerstört und alles kaputt. Ich sagte, ein Wahnsinn, wo wir heute wirklich hingehen und sagen, okay, die werden geprüft, die werden dann teilweise demontiert, da werden Module entnommen, das geht aber auch nicht bei jedem Hersteller. Es gibt auch manche Hersteller, ich nenne jetzt keine Namen, da sind die Batterien, wenn die kaputt sind, dann kannst du die wirklich nur noch, dann kannst du das Auto eigentlich wegschmeißen. Aber bei denen wirklich einzelne Module entnehmen, neue Module, also gebrauchte Ersatzmodule reinsetzen, dann wieder testen, in den Gebrauch nehmen. Das ist auch eine Entwicklung in vielen Bereichen mittlerweile, aber wird natürlich immer nur einen relativ kleinen Bereich ausmachen. Aber wir können das ja später nochmal diskutieren, weil das ist sehr stark rückwärts gerichtet, wieder die Diskussion. Es gibt in Deutschland, allein in Deutschland, ich glaube 1050 Altautoverwerter. Ich kenne einige. Da behaupte ich, 95% dieser Autoverwerter, von denen würde ich kein Ersatzteil für irgendein Auto kaufen, weil ich Angst hätte, ob ich dann anschließend noch mit dem Auto weiterfahren kann und sicher ankomme.
Danke, Bernd.
Nur ein Wort zur Rückwärtsgewandtheit, genau. Ich glaube, es eben halt nicht, das ist auch ein Zukunftsthema, weil gerade, wie du angesprochen hast mit Catena X, haben wir eine digitale Plattform, um das nochmal zu pushen. Da findet dann auch ein Marketplace entwickelt sich, da findet dann genau dieser Austausch statt, wo man ja versucht, die Akteure zusammenbekommen. Und wir werden da eher in meiner Zukunftsbild nochmal den Schritt nach vorne machen und es nicht mehr über eBay abwickeln, so sagen wir B2C, irgendjemand, der ein Bastler ist, sondern wir werden eher dahin kommen, wo auch die Werkstätten und die Händler halt direkt mit den Demontagenbetrieben stärker in Interaktion stehen werden, was heute noch gar nicht so vorhanden ist. Ne? Und ich glaube, mit digitalen Tools machen wir da noch durchaus einen Schritt nach vorne.
Wunderbar, danke dir, Michael. So, die früheste Öffnung, glaube ich, ins Publikum auf der IAA. Sie haben das Wort. Gibt es eine Möglichkeit, ein Mikro kurz? Sagen Sie gerne, von wo Sie kommen, wer Sie sind und Ihre Frage.
Schönen guten Tag, mein Name ist...
Wir hören Sie noch nicht. Also
Hallo? Jetzt. Schönen guten Tag, mein Name ist Hubert und ich habe eine Frage zum Lithium, das wir ja brauchen zur Batterieherstellung. Wo sehen Sie denn den grünen Fußabdruck, wenn ich mir anschaue, wie Lithium gewonnen wird? Da braucht man ja zwei Komponenten. Das eine ist Strom und sehr viel Wasser, um aus dem Stein Lithium zu gewinnen.
Gute Frage. Wir haben neuerdings in den Forschungspostillen gelesen, wir holen es aus der Tiefsee, aber Ihre beiden an.
Ja, oder aus dem Weltall, habe ich auch schon gelesen. Ich glaube, so weit möchte ich nicht gehen. Also das ist absolut richtig. Bergbau braucht man natürlich für das Lithium. Da hat man auch einen ökologischen Fußabdruck, der nicht klein zu reden ist, absolut. Man muss, vor Ort hat man natürlich Instrumente, auch da wird Energie eingesetzt, wo man darüber reden kann, welcher Energie das ist. Wir werden sicherlich das Thema Wassergebrauch haben, in manchen Gegenden Chile. In Australien ist es dann eher eben auch der Flächenverbrauch. Das braucht man nicht schönreden, da kann man vielleicht über Ausgleichsmaßnahmen oder so sprechen. Wir müssen halt an dem Punkt halt auch immer unterscheiden, was ist die Alternative. Der andere Weg, das kommt mir manchmal ein bisschen zu kurz, wenn man so das Lithium oder so oder auch Kobalt rausgreift, dann muss ich auch immer fragen, woher kommt das Öl, was passiert bei dem Öl. Und der ganzen Kette, die ist auch nicht energiearm oder umweltschonend. Nichtsdestotrotz müssen wir uns halt genau diese Kette angucken, gucken, was die Player sind, auch die Produzenten und mit ihnen in den Austausch, auch da wieder in den Austausch gehen und halt Wege finden. Und natürlich unsere Hersteller fangen, sage ich mal, bei sich erstmal an mit die Batterieproduktion. Da gibt es unterschiedlichste Möglichkeiten. Man kann zu BMW nach Leipzig fahren, die gewisse Energieparks drumherum haben und auch mitfinanziert haben, um genau da an das Thema Strom ranzugehen. Ne? Und man kann das natürlich auch mit anderen Instrumenten machen. Und dann arbeitet man sich die Kette weiter nach unten. Wenn man sich die Zellfertigung beispielsweise anguckt, werden gerade Länder wie Spanien oder so da gerade interessant, weil es da viel mehr grüne Energie gibt als jetzt eben in Deutschland. Wie Bernd ja rechtlicherweise gesagt hat, unser CO2-Fußabdruck im Stromnetz ist wirklich schlecht. So mal ganz kurz, aber gerne danach auch noch.
Danke, Michael. Bernd.
Ja, deswegen, also das ist so, das ist eine sehr schmutzige Angelegenheit. Das kann man auch für andere Rohstoffe, wenn man überlegt, Kupfer sinkt mittlerweile die Konzentration auf 0,5%. Das heißt, ich muss 200 Tonnen kupferhaltiges Gestein in Peru oder Chile oder Australien aus dem Berg sprengen, bis ich daraus eine Tonne Reinskupfer hergestellt habe. Und ich brauche in Elektroautos sehr viel Kupfer. Das hat einen riesigen Fußabdruck. Also insofern auch ganz starker Appell, mehr in dem Bereich zu machen. Wir sind da auch sehr stark aktiv, die Rohstoffe wieder zurückzugewinnen, nicht mehr pyrometallurgisch, das war nämlich bis heute noch Standard, geht das Lithium verloren, sondern hydrometallurgisch und dann Kobalt, Nickel und vor allen Dingen das Lithium wieder zurückzugewinnen, ist einfach No-Brainer, muss gemacht werden, zwingend, weil wir können uns ja nicht sagen, wir fahren ja saubere Autos, noch dazu nicht, also Autos ohne Auspuff, mit einem Strommix, den ich lieber gar nicht sagen will, und die Rohstoffe kommen irgendwo aus der Welt her und wir machen uns keine Gedanken dazu. Deswegen nochmal ein Appell, mehr in zirkulären Modellen, auch um uns gegenüber anderen Ländern resilienter aufzustellen. Das ist nun mal so. Wir sind heute in allen Bereichen abhängig, ob das Öl, ob das Gas ist oder egal welcher Rohstoff, wir importieren alles. Und das Verrückte ist, all den Rohstoff, den wir in der Hand haben, exportieren wir aus Europa, exportieren wir zu großen Teilen aus Deutschland. Also vollkommen unverständlich. China geht da auch wieder einen ganz anderen Weg, sehr stringent.
Danke, Bernd. Wir haben jetzt Urban Mining, ökologischer Fußabdruck schon gestriffen, Rückgewinnung aus Altfahrzeugen. Wir kommen in die Schlusskurve. Wir haben 30 Minuten. Bei dieser von der IFAD entsprechend aufgesetzten, vom BDE und VDA begleiteten inhaltlichen Session. Es geht darum, den Blick nach vorne zu werfen. 2030. Wie seht ihr das? Was ist erreicht? 2030, nicht heute.
2030, glaube ich, haben wir die Netzwerke sind vorhanden. Wir haben einen sehr guten Austausch. Ich glaube, in der Wirtschaft, auch insbesondere im Demontagebereich, wird sich noch mal einiges passieren, wo man, sage ich mal, über Größe auch noch mal gewisse Themen anstoßen kann, die es vielleicht heute, Stichwort Ludolfs, noch nicht vorhanden sind. Und das wird einen Push auslösen. Wir haben zugleich eine dann in place Altfahrzeugverordnung, die auch ganz klare und gute Vorgaben macht zum zirkulären Design, was man da erfüllen muss, die auch an die Nationalstaaten ein paar Hausaufgaben gibt. Stichwort, mein Lieblingsstichwort ist digitaler Verwertungsnachweis, aber eben halt wieder Digitalisierung hineinbringen, dass man weiß, wo die Altfahrzeuge sind und dass sie wirklich in die zertifizierten Bahnen gelenkt werden. Und ich glaube, auf diese Basis, hat man die Rahmenbedingungen geschafft, wo vieles dann automatisch entsteht, die wir vielleicht hier auch noch gar nicht so auf dem Schirm haben.
Bernd, 2030 ist greifbar.
Digitalisierung, absolut, also wie gesagt, der Verwertungsnachweis, aber ein ganz wichtiger Punkt. Ich habe die Tage in den Nachrichten gehört, Außenpolitik ist auch Wirtschaftspolitik, bezieht sich darauf nach dem Motto Rohstoffe. Ich zitiere jetzt keine Regierungsmitglieder, der aktuelle oder aus der Vergangenheit, aber den Blick nach innen zu sehen, was können wir hier in Deutschland, was können wir in Europa, kommt mir viel zu kurz. In der Politik ist das überhaupt noch nicht angekommen, die Chancen, die wir alle gemeinsam einfach haben und was ich mir einfach wünsche, eine viel engere Zusammenarbeit der Verbände. Also ich glaube einfach, das ist total wichtig, VDA, BDE, BV Stahl und wie sie alle heißen, viel enger in der Kommunikation. Wir haben keine Zeit zu verlieren, die Chancen auch ergreifen. Automobilindustrie, vorverarbeitende Industrie, also auf der heißen Seite und wir stehen sowieso bereit für den Austausch und laufen uns da Blutblasen, weil wir immer wieder sagen, Leute, wir müssen jetzt beginnen, weil ansonsten laufen uns andere Länder andere den Rang haben. Es ist eine Riesenchance für uns als Europa, als Deutschland, im Grunde genommen da auch Technologien zu entwickeln, die später wieder exportiert werden können. Und früher hat man mal auf Europa, auf Deutschland vor allen Dingen geschaut. Ja, das würde ich mir wünschen, damit Industrie auch in Deutschland, Europa bleibt, Industriearbeitsplätze, gut bezahlte Arbeitsplätze und damit auch ja, ein funktionierendes System.
Bernd, Michael, ich danke euch ganz herzlich. Darf ich euch einladen? 4. bis 7. Mai, die IFAD Munich. Dort sind der BDE, aber vielleicht auch der VDA, ich gehe mal davon aus. Wollen wir diese Diskussion in einem Jahr mit einer Meilensteinüberprüfung nochmal fortsetzen?
Ja,
ich bin dabei.
Gerne, auf jeden Fall.
Wunderbar. Ganz lieben Dank.
Und vielleicht noch ein Wort,
ja, bitte,
ein Wort ans Publikum. Man sieht da eine Fahrzeugdemontageanlage. Da finde ich immer klasse auf der IFAD. Wer das mal interessiert, was da mit so einem Auto passiert, ist schön anzusehen.
Wunderbar. Ganz lieben Dank, Michael. Ganz lieben Dank, Bernd. Und ganz lieben Dank an das Publikum. Und wir freuen uns auf die Fortsetzung der Diskussion.
So. Und das dürfen wir natürlich nicht vergessen. Vielen Dank, Dirk, für die tolle Moderation. An der Stelle auch einen Applaus für Dirk. Und wir haben das Versprechen alle mitbekommen. Also es gibt ein Wiedersehen. Es ist natürlich immer herausfordernd, innerhalb von 30 Minuten so ein komplexes Thema überhaupt zu behandeln. Aber eine wichtige Sache, die habe ich auch mitgenommen, und das zieht sich eigentlich wie ein roter Faden durch die gesamte Konferenzwoche. Es geht nur zusammen. Das war eine wichtige Aussage. Das haben wir auch gesehen in den vergangenen Tagen hier auf der Bühne, hier auf unserer Summit Stage. Und es ging nur zusammen mit tollen Speakerinnen und Speakern, die wir hier zu Gast hatten, mit einem tollen Publikum, das mitdiskutiert hat, das wichtige Impulse geliefert hat. Und, das muss ich an der Stelle auch noch erwähnen, weil man sie einfach viel zu wenig sieht, beziehungsweise eigentlich gar nicht sieht. Das sind all die fleißigen Hände hinter den Kulissen, die an der Tontechnik gearbeitet haben. Der Peter hier vorne zum Beispiel an der Kamera. Ja, man sieht sie viel zu selten, aber ich habe sie jeden Tag gesehen und ich war jeden Tag sehr dankbar dafür, dass sie da waren. Dann nochmal einen großen Applaus an der Stelle. Damit schließen wir das Programm auf der Summit Stage. Im Open Space geht es weiter, da wird auch Lia noch unterwegs sein. Und Lia macht sich auch jetzt mal auf die Reise. Ich weiß nicht, wohin geht's? Wo wohnen Sie? In München. Ja gut, die Reise ist kurz, aber ja, vielleicht wird sie sich dann noch weiter auf die Reise machen und wir schauen mal, wo sie noch überall rumkommt. Vielen Dank fürs Dabeisein. Ihnen allen noch weiterhin eine schöne Zeit in München. Alles Gute und bis zum nächsten Mal. Tschüss.